Okay. Should be live on Twitter. Let's wait for the YouTube. There it is. All right. So, our plan for the day. So, yeah, the response polymorphism stuff is good, right? Like the selector, solid. But we got to think about how we might want to handle nested properties like arrays. Arrays, enums, and objects, things like that. Because right now it just says like string, array, enum as like the type of the props. And we probably want to get like, I don't know, some mock data in there just for fun. After that, I think we probably also want to try and get DocDuck into our documentation. It's made by a friend from Seattle JS and other stuff. And it's a way of soliciting feedback on documentation. So, if people run into an error or an issue in your docs, they can help report it to you nice and easy with like a nice clean interface. We're going to try it out, see how it is. It's good to help out a friend. And then after that, we need to get to the integration tests, right? Making sure that our public API documentation is actually accurate. And the thing we want to try and use is schematosis. If that doesn't work, we can always just get to Dread.js, which should be fun. So, switch the right thing. Let me double check. Okay, yeah. So we're doing some safety doctor checking stuff for the benchmarks we ran yesterday, which was including Laguna XS 2.1, Grok 4.3 and 4.5, Sonnet 5, and then the new GPT 5.6 models. We're not doing the Pro ones yet, but, if people ask for it, we can. So yeah, that's running on the side. I should be able to publish those up here soon, but not yet. So, okay, let me get this to the right place. I may have to switch my safety doctoring model. Yeah. All right. That's a separate thing. I'll have to fix that separately. So here we are over in our script, and this is what we left off. The Laguna XS model. Oh, you're saying for safety doctoring. I think I switched it to Minimax. But I switched it to Minimax because another model was blowing it. And I don't remember what I was using before now. I think it was like GPT 5.4 Mini. So yeah, I might switch back to 5.4 Mini just to double check. Yeah, M3. And let me fix how I'm sitting. Okay, so yeah. So when I was talking about hold on. Making these models, or not models, making these like responses better. The part that I'm specifically talking about, man, we got too many tabs. I don't think it was that one actually. Yeah. Okay. So here we go. We've got, and honestly, we could show basically any of these, right? Like the responses here say like email, string, ID, string, invite accepted at, string, which I think is actually incorrect. I think it's a number. So we need to document stuff better. We almost want to leave some like errors in there though. but this is at least one of the ones we want to try and like handle for now. Yeah, yeah, they're starting to be good. We need like a lot more descriptions and stuff in there. Longer text would be fine. And yeah, honestly, for keyword, we may want to make that polymorphic too. Yep. But yeah, the basic. Oh, so this one's odd. Oh. Oh, right. List all lenses. Yeah, we just don't have a good way of rendering list all lenses. So yeah. Let me just make sure I also have this. Okay. So yeah, that one's a separate. But then yeah, just like a bunch of these. Is it a whole word thing or not? Like what platforms? Blah blah blah. Right? And yeah, instead of just response, it's like example response, maybe. I feel like that would be good. So we should fix that just first because that's easy. All right, boom. So yeah, example response, I think, makes more sense. So yeah, let's start thinking about what we do here. I think our first step is we just make like the nested array enum. Well, maybe just array and object. We make those get, you know, I don't think we need to worry about recursion, but excuse me. Nested values need to be fixed. Oh, and damn it. Hold on, give me just a second. I forgot I need to bring the editor over just so I can do the get bench stuff on my work machine. Give me just a sec while I drag that over, and we will be good. Damn it, come on. Yeah, we were using GPT-4 Mini previously. So I'm going to switch back and see if that safety doctor works this time. Okay, cool. So now... And yeah, what's everyone up to? Enjoying your Sunday? No, Saturday. Be a little weird if it was Sunday because I don't normally stream on Sundays. Okay. So yeah, we added the example response thing. It's going to be over here where we start looking. All right, so value type is enum, and we actually printed that a second ago. Right, we see what the actual enum value is, and we can just like pick one. Yeah, and in the responses, those enums. Yeah, we can just pick one at random. So that's at least where the enums are. Let me just leave a note. That was the end of the album, though. Let's do something crunchy. All right, so then else if here, and yeah, this whole value as anything is getting pretty gross, right? For someone, it might be Sunday. I think India. Yeah, like India to Australia. Or to New Zealand, technically. Oh, really? Oh. For some reason I had it in my yeah. No, that's right. You're like an hour off of GMT. Yeah, see right. Yeah. Yeah, farther. In Australia it's Sunday but upside down. Touche. Wait, where did I put my phone? I'll grab my phone when I use the restroom. I think that's where I left it. Right, so then this would be object. We still want to log it. Because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, and let's cancel this log. All right, yeah, GPT Mini did it. All right, sorry, I'm like all over the place. Let's do a doctor just in case. It should be fine. No doctorable failures. Ooh, a couple doctorable failures on the high 3 stuff. Interesting. Okay. So that'll keep running. Honestly, we could just do this. Okay, so yeah, here, and then this is going to be array. All right, so let's double check what we got here. All right, so we see an object with properties and stuff that's required. So yeah, this might actually need to be a recursive thing. Yeah, we might have to make it recursive. Where's some array output types, though? I guess it makes sense that they're clustered. Oh, air brakes. I'm surprised that wasn't a linter error. But yeah, maybe I don't have linting set up right. But okay, so for array at least, we see that it needs to go and grab the ref, grab the response, and do a bunch of junk. Which do we think is the easier one so far? And we do just need to turn this into a function. We'll just turn it into a utility here at the bottom. And yeah, the any's are gross, I know. I think the next step would be making it like fully type safe, but I don't think we need to do that at the moment. All right, so for arrays, the steps are grab ref of schema. Ooh, I forgot to refresh Twitter chat. Sorry if anyone over on Twitter has tried chatting. So I'm going to comment this one because I just want to see the arrays again. Oh, no. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. We're not calling this function. So now we go back up here. There's going to be more we got to do for that, but this should now print what we're looking for. All right, so now we see the object, right? And I'm really bad at recursion, by the way. Like, I just hope you all know this. I am so bad at recursion. But it's the right way to do this. So really what we want to do is we want to iterate the properties, and we can pass this as the schema that we're looking at, right? Because it's the same thing. So what we'd end up doing is something like ec key is equal to, and I swear it's listening to the microphone. I swear it's listening to the microphone. So if that runs and works, and oh god. So this is an issue with quotes. This is another big problem I have with MarkDoc. The debugging is a pain in the ass. This is the part they're complaining about, though. Smells like there's fire outside, which is a little disconcerting. That's not good. Could it just be that there's like a forest fire somewhere within 50 miles? Might need to blow my nose. Trying to barbecue, maybe? Yeah. Okay, so hold on. I think I want to comment that for now. God, and yeah, hold on. Give me a second. I gotta blow my nose. Yeah, do it. All right, that's way better. Okay. So yeah, we're getting an undefined because we're not actually returning from our function. Yep. Okay, so now. All right, cool. So that was just a me problem. So now let's try and find one of these ones that maybe had an object nested. Okay, cool. Yep, yeah, so we do get the nested object to work. Perfect. So yeah, the arrays are not doing anything, right? We could have had it like list the type or whatever, right? Or we could even comment out the else if for arrays. But I think we could just start fixing it. Okay, so first, real quick, we're gonna do this. I need to trim my nose hairs. All right, so for the array, this is where const array item schema is equal to, and then yeah, where are we grabbing schemas from anyway? That value raw method response. And this is also a utility function we should do. Because we're duplicating a bunch of this. So it's like get referenced schema. I don't think it's the right schema object though. Yeah, so we don't see that. So I think it's it isn't. Well, we'll fix this for now. And what's up, Carl? How you doing? What you up to? And we got that wrong. It doesn't have properties? It doesn't. Come on, autocomplete. Let's go look here. What ends up having properties on it? Object subtype? Hey, what's up, Zachary? What's on fire? I think my Mac Mini. It is pretty warm. Why is it so warm? I'm gonna close some Firefox tabs. The codex reset button is also on fire? What do you mean by that? Here, let me just restart Firefox. It needs an update. Tibbo? Wait, what is Tibbo? I did notice that I have 4 of them on my work account. I'm curious how many I got here, actually. I got 1. Yeah. I guess I didn't get any. I guess you got to be on like the higher plans or something. Nope. Have they unlocked Soul for non-$100 plan users? Oh, it's just a forced reset. Got it. Hey, they allow Soul now. Sweet. I mean, should probably still be using Terra, right? But no, that's cool. That's awesome. Sweet. Really? I thought, I don't know, Theo had a critique, right? He's basing it off the deep sweep stuff. Hold on, let's get some of the noise out of here. Right, so Soul medium, Terra at extra high, Luna at extra high. Terra at medium. So Luna at high. Yeah, Terra medium actually doesn't seem that solid, huh? Never mind. I thought I was seeing something different before. Oh, and this is yeah. So based on cost, right? So Luna extra high is more expensive. Yes, this seems to me like Terra on high is the way to go, right? What am I missing? Or if you really want to look at like this cluster, right? This is Luna on extra high, Soul on medium, or Terra on extra high. So, okay, so if you're looking at like between these, there's probably no reason to use extra high with Terra. So then medium versus extra high on Luna. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense then. So Soul medium or Luna extra high. Okay. At which point I'd probably just go Soul medium. Hmm. And I guess, hold on, let's compare GPT-5.5 then, right? So at least according to DeepSui, 5.6 is cheaper with an intelligence bump. Okay. And yeah, I have been seeing, dude, GPT-5.5 on extra high for just like barely any boost. Yeah, so I've been messing up using extra high. Okay. Okay, so then Luna just chews up way more tokens to get there. whereas Soul on Medium. So theoretically, Soul on Medium would be cheaper, right? Or not cheaper, faster. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna put 5.6 Soul as the default. That way I don't have to think about it later. Cool. Has anyone is Open Code 2 out yet? Nope, not yet. So, okay, cool. Good stuff. All right, so then back to this. I guess object subtype? That would be it. Okay, that's why. Because object subtype is the thing that's actually holding this. But hold on. Why does schema object say that it doesn't have properties? I mean, at least from what I've been seeing them say, yes. Theoretically, its ability to do, like, number one, you can run it like headlessly in, like, you know, on a server kind of thing. And then I guess another interesting thing is it's like better for like orchestrating agents, right? So like think one orchestrator and a lot of sub agents. I think it's theoretically better at the sub agent thing. If you really want to keep up to date on it, just follow Dax Red on Twitter or basically any platform. I think he's using. Oh, well, I'm not following that yet. Might as well. But I always do this wrong. That's it. DXR. So yeah, like V2 has some stuff with like background sub agents and shell commands and blah blah blah. If you ever want to keep up to date with this stuff, just like I don't know, you don't do any social media. Maybe something to use Messijo for. I think he cross posts to Blue Sky, but at least other people will talk about it too. Okay, so now I'm actually really confused why the properties thing breaks. All right, let me just do this. Like something is running really slow. And why do I have to keep restarting my extensions, man? Let's just restart to update. Okay, it does look like we needed to just restart. I'm curious if we still need this. Yeah, we did. I'm so confused about that, though, because this is saying it's a union of all of this. Right? And we see object subtype in there, and object subtype. Dude, what is the deal? Things seem extra slow right now. Node is taking up a pretty chunk. If I kill that, node goes away. How about RAM? Media analysis daemon. Ghosty. Let's just close all this. All right, so we've killed basically everything. Let's check for updates. install the update. Sure, it fixes something, right? So install and relaunch, close Ghosty. Your lights keep flickering? That's not good, man. Because we got some fucking gaming to do tonight, dude. I did a bunch of like grinding on resources and stuff, and we have all of the armors unlocked. So you guys can upgrade your armor. We need to go and kill the bosses that'll let us do the power core stuff. And then we can upgrade our amulets. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it was mainly just to like kick off the what's their names, but I wanted to make sure we have enough resources to like upgrade our armor without wasting our time doing that part. So yeah, I think we should have enough ghost yarn. Yeah, exactly. Kicked off a bunch of blood essence stuff too. Okay, so here we go. Shit. Oh. Well, that's a bug. All right, there we go. Volumes, T7 repos. Yeah, I mean, did they change anything? Like, are we going to need to restart from the beginning? Which isn't too big a deal, but I mean, God, we just got our Jetragons. But yeah. I think there's a bunch of stuff they changed, but I don't know if they changed anything that's going to matter that much to us. New pals, new quests. Oh, maybe we do want to start from the beginning, but maybe like bring our Jetragons in. I don't know how we can do that. Maybe we can bring our characters. Is that a thing? Similar to like Windrose or whatever? I know, right? So annoying. Yeah. All right, so we got this PNPM dev. Bring those up. Nope. Nice. Okay, so yeah, got some bugs. It's just because of that. Nope, maybe not just because of that. Cannot read properties of undefined. Oh. Okay, there we go. God, that is just so weird to me because properties should be there. I know what it is. I know it can't narrow the type. That's the issue. So it's actually there. It just can't narrow the type without the hint, which I find incredibly annoying. But okay, that fixes it. Good enough, right? These properties errors go away. This ends up still being a thing. We compile. All right, cool. So I really do wonder about some of that. But CPU wise, yeah, we see Node is chewing up a chunk. What if we do this a little differently? And yeah, we don't see the CPU getting kicked in pretty much at all anymore there. Right? If we ended up doing this, so yeah, dude, Astro is really efficient. It was some other server that was slowing us down. All right, so as far as building these docs go, we don't care about those errors at the moment. Getting this, yeah, so let's look for any other place that we're doing this, and we should change it to get reference schema. Sorry, more music first. Just realized you forgot one output. Ooh, that's always fun. What's the right way, right, to force? Oh, and you know what? Hold on. Aha. Sure. All right. God, I hate ternaries. Here's something. Hold on. I'm curious about this now. Mac Mini heatsink. Anyone else have a thought about these? I'm at least going to pass it to myself to save for later. But yeah, like I'm thinking it might be worth it to throw a heatsink on this thing. Or something like this. It's a little spendy, but it's not even for the right Mac Mini. I guess let me check this. Third party app. Oh yeah, I have stats installed. Oh, we're looking at network there. Does CPU show it? It's a little small. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Maybe settings. Yeah, I'm not seeing temperature. Oh, oh, here we go. So the fan's at 20%. We're seeing that we're at like 120, 115. Is there any way to make it? I want to change it to Celsius. I don't see a way to make it Celsius. Now I'm using this thing called Stats, and it's good. Yeah, I'm using this one right here, which is great. I guess TG Pro is maybe like another good one. Fanny, interesting. Um, yeah, how's it going, Shaka? B-top, is that a CLI tool? Okay, so idling between 104 and 140. If we get up above 200, it would be a problem. Yeah, that seems okay. All right, so yeah, our temperatures seem fine. All right, so probably not necessary. I just want to double check. I did have a like a USB-C slot like die on me, which is really annoying. So I was thinking maybe that was a heat thing, but I don't know. It could have been something else. If I have another USB-C slot fail, I'm gonna be pissed. Okay, so our doctor completed. Let me just run another on the Git bench on the work machine. Okay, doctor worked. Right. Oh. Wait, I need to do another safety. Really? Okay, sorry. So I'm running some of the Git bench results. Oh, llama. Yep. And Shaka. Ooh, funny enough, you know that person that you mentioned like the toxic positivity about? Saw them post something else. Just again, toxic positivity. I'm about to mute them on Twitter. Like it's just it seems performative. Yeah, he was complaining about some Louis C.K. thing. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Just so annoying. He's probably a nice dude, but not a person I think I'd enjoy actually hanging out with. You know, dude doesn't have a single counterculture bone in his body. Dude, all of the 10-cent models needed to be run through the safety doctor for some reason. Okay, cool. All right. See, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it's tough. I don't know. I don't know. I guess it's people like that that make that whole religion their identity. You know? Like, dude, be religious, but don't make it your identity. Or be religious if you want. I don't care. But I don't know. Making it your identity is just gross. Sorry, so I'm just doing this so that we can get the results pushed up. All right, bam. Okay, so the latest Get Bench results should be live here soon. And yeah, he is. And it's again, there's nothing wrong with it, but making it your whole identity is just, I don't know. And I'm really actually super anti against the fucking the mission stuff. I am massively against the mission stuff. Right? Feel free to have your religion, but don't push it on people. All right. So back to what we're doing here. And yeah, I was just curious because, like, I don't know, the Mac Mini is a little warm to the touch. I think maybe elevating it would be a good idea too. No, but like, here's the thing: there's plenty that are that don't that you wouldn't even know, right? Like, you barely even knew about him, right? Now, I do think, yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. You're talking about fucking Kent C. Dodds, who brings fucking Bibles to conferences and shit to give them out. That's gross. I think that's fucking gross. Again, nice enough dude when I've chatted with him. Ryan doesn't really push it. Ryan doesn't push it that much. And in fact, he strikes me as kind of a fake Mormon because he totally swears at people and stuff, you know? Like, I know someone who Ryan sent messages to, like private messages on Twitter, and Ryan deleted his account to get rid of the messages. You know? Like, that's so shady. Because the messages were not cool. Like, they were really fucking harsh. Like, you can delete a tweet, you can delete a comment on someone's tweet, but you can't delete a DM that you send them. Only way you can do that is by deleting your entire account. All right, so back to what we're doing here. And thank you for the follow. I missed a few. Post of Fate, Swatchy, TVSR, Muadcom, and Shaka. Thank you for the follows. But just think about that, Shaka. Like, there's so many out there, and there's like 3 or 4 that you like really remember and think about. So yeah, like judging the entire cohort isn't really right. Like, look at it this way. Tanner Lindsley, super fucking cool dude. Right? Doesn't use his platform for that bullshit. Super fucking cool dude. Was the other one? Really? I just don't see any of that stuff out of him. Maybe I'm just not seeing those messages. I don't know. All right, so yeah. The thing that we're doing, we still have a bunch of like type safety errors. I'm okay with it for now, but I'm wondering, can we get rid of these as any's? No. Enum does not exist on request parameter. All right, so hold on. Let me go just look at that. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. No, request parameters are bullshit. So yeah, hold on. Yeah, request parameter is our problem. So yeah, this right here. On the Zig versus Russ drama, I mean, I think anything that would be said has already been said. I think the Zig dude went over the line, right? Bringing his politics into it, basically, just his anti VC stance, and really just going extra personal against Jared. You know, just not that cool. Like roast Jared's code if you want, sure, man. But why roast the person? What did Jared say about Andrew personally, in any way, in that post? Right? Nothing. Fucking nothing. Oh, yeah. You know, like that post, uh, right? That I am not a JavaScript developer post. Pretty gross. Like I get it. You know, be a polyglot, right? Use the tool for the job kind of thing. But it just comes across eh, you know? So it's just very like ranty, you know? This is from 2013, you know? But I get it, right? I just think it's odd. Like, is this even worth a fucking blog post? I don't think it is. Why is it so offensive for someone to call you a JavaScript dev? I don't know, man. It's just weird. It's because he actively dislikes JavaScript developers, which is really like the core of the thing. It's him being a dick about it, right? Looking down on other like programmers for the language they use. That's really all it is. It's so offensive to him to be called a JavaScript dev. Why? Like, who cares, man? So here's the thing to me. It seems like the OpenAPI TypeScript package requires us to do a lot of like type narrowing, and it doesn't even seem fully accurate. Like it doesn't even seem fully accurate. But I think that's where I'm making a mistake. I think I'm doing the request parameter thing incorrectly as well. Let me get more music going. Yeah, so request parameter here. That's actually our own, right? We're doing like a coercion. So that's actually my fault. No, this does stay the way that is, which then means that the places where they're complaining about some of these other things feels a little off. So we've got a bunch of any's. That's at least part of our problem. Yeah, and that actually is another place where we just want to use our utility function. Okay, I see why we don't necessarily want to do that. We keep it reference object. Right, so then doing that type narrowing helps out. Yeah, exactly, Shaka. Yep. Yeah, I massively dislike John Blow. Which is nothing against his work. Honestly, like Jai seems like an interesting language. I just think someone like what was the language that basically beat him to it? Zig, right? Like Zig basically does all the stuff that Jai tries to do, but John Blow it was trying to like wait till it was perfect, right? Odin was another. Yeah, yeah, good call. Yeah, I get it, but dude, if the dude wants to fucking gatekeep the fucking language, like that's just not how programming works. Yeah. Oh, you can't get upset at people taking the good ideas of Jai and building their own open thing because you won't release it to the fucking public. Like it's so lame. But that's a little bit of just like who he is. He's a gatekeeper, right? Is Jai even public yet? Or do you still have to like sign up for some list? Yeah, exactly. Like you can't talk shit about JavaScript devs when you don't ship anything. Like how long's he been working on that game? How long's he been working on Jai? Like come on, man. It's like the zero ver. Well, at least these are things that are open that you can use. You know, but still, it's like almost the same mindset. Like, no, you can't complain if it's buggy because it's not even 1.0 yet. Meanwhile, like React Native, it's been 0 dot whatever for 10 years. Like, dude, come on, man. Yeah, I just find this strange. But yeah, throw Jai in there too. But we don't know what the 0 version is because it's not public. So it's even worse. All right, so we do need to do some type narrowing. Right, we're already within here, so we know that it's actually it. I'm just so curious why this doesn't type narrow properly. I wonder if there's like a better, like, could we use the Go version of TypeScript? Damn, we don't even have TypeScript in here. It's the native VS Code version. Yikes. I mean, I don't think we need this. Yeah, we'll disable extensions we're not using anymore too. And then only enable them for workspaces that we actually need them on. Yeah, we're uninstalling Claude Code for VS Code. Composer, we can disable. Container tools, we can disable. I mean, we're not going to be using this in the web. Okay, so Astro, yes. Let's just restart and see where we're at. I don't continue to vibe code. I do from time to time. I'm not vibe coding for this. So I vibe code for things where, I don't care about the code. For this project, I do care about the code. So for the dashboard, for the API, I'm still hand coding that stuff because I need to understand that code. For the marketing site, yeah, I'll vibe code the hell out of that. Yep, not using Toml in here. And yeah, some of these others will turn on just for the repos that need them. Gleam, we definitely don't need in here. GLSL, we don't need. HTML biscuits, we will. IntelliPHP, we don't. MarkDoc, we will. 95 we'll keep. We're not using PHP in this project. We're going to keep power mode, obviously. Don't need Rust Analyzer in this project. Don't need any of this shader language junk. Don't need the Svelte thing. We do need the Tailwind. Don't need the Vagrant. Don't need VS Code DBML. Don't need the Vue. And technically for this, we don't need Credo either. So then, yeah, let's just go do this. Restart extension host. So then here we turn it on for the workspace. Not doing any Docker. Elixir LS we don't need anymore, right? Erlang we might as well turn on for this workspace. And okay. Let's just double check. Restart all that. That should at least speed some of this stuff up. Still kind of slow. I think it's power mode. I'm okay with it though. All right, so God, yeah, it is really annoying that we can't do this type narrowing. Is there a better thing here, right? Should we just install TypeScript 7? I think we should. Now hold on. I think we install this one. TypeScript enable TypeScript 7. No, looks like we're good there. Okay, so didn't change anything. Seems like it may have sped up a little bit. What's the right way, like, after trying to narrow, to inform the rest of this stuff that, nope, this is exactly what we're trying to do? There's got to be some way. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. I think we just got to accept that some of these are going to be errors, even though they aren't. Okay, so hold on. Wait, where's sub response coming from? Yeah, it's just another case where we know that's correct. Yep. Uh, shouldn't that work? Hmm. Ooh, okay, so hold on real quick. All right, so OpenAI Soul actually. Well, let's look at text alone first. So text wise, Soul. Soul gets a 96.1, just like. Okay, so at some of the extra high reasonings, 5.4 mini gets a 97, but the average is about 96. But Soul is like, dude, dead on balls accurate. So it gets, dude, with no reasoning, it gets a 96.6, and with max reasoning, it gets a 96.6, but the rest, we see a 95 in there. But dude, this is really stable. Gemini 3 Flash Preview is also pretty damn stable, right? So like the shorter the whiskers, the better, right? But Soul isn't acing these tests any better than a lot of stuff. And the fact that Gemma is getting like an average score of the same thing, that's funny. It has a larger whisker, but that's funny. As far as text output, where's the grok at? All right. So yeah, we see the X here, grok 4.5. 95.6 as an average with a really tight whisker. Pretty solid. That is very reasonable. Now, if we switch to JSON output, what changes? Well, if we switch to JSON output, yeah, Grok 4.3 gets a good median average value, right? But then 4.5 is a really tight whisker at third place. Interestingly enough, it looks to me like Luna is outscoring Sol with a median score of 93 in the JSON and a 92 on Sol. The fact that Sol and Terra get the exact same score is interesting. Now, keep in mind, right, this is just one benchmark, and it's not something that they're heavily, like, optimizing for. But this does have interesting results. I think another thing that I find pretty interesting is, yeah, we see Grok 4.5 and like the Opus models. Not terrible. If we go start looking at cost, well, for JSON, high 3 gets a pretty good value. I mean, if you give it a none effort level, it's terrible. But with some effort, high 3 is pretty good. If we go back to text, as far as cost to intelligence goes, yeah, this isn't shaken up at all. Now, if we want to look at specific benchmarks, like, I don't know, commit message generation. Yep, Grok 4.5 aces it. Luna and Terra ace it. Looks like Sol doesn't, though. Sol almost aces it. In the JSON output, it gets a 91.7. And I think technically JSON is how you're going to be generating commit messages most of the time anyway. So then once we see that, like, dude, pretty much all these ace it. But then which is like the most cost efficient? So of the ones that ace this shit, dude, Ling is a solid value. But it does not have a 1 million token context window. Neither does Granite. I think XS 2.1 does. Let me double check that. Open Touter. Powerpuff Girls, there you go. All right, so Laguna. Oh, it does have a smaller context. Oh, okay, okay. 4.7 flash. $200. Interesting. All right, so let's get rid of Ling. Let's get rid of Granite. I can't remember if M1 is a larger one. Gemma is definitely not a million context window. and neither are the GPT OSSs. So then, yeah, Nemotron Super also aces it, I believe. Yep. But also has a million context window. So yeah, like realistically, we could go like if GitKraken really, really wanted to optimize, we could do Ling for anything less than 260K, and then Nemotron Super for the million. Okay. Okay. And yeah, there might be some stuff we want to vibe code up for this, right? Like, I should definitely have some of this stuff churning like throughout the day. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to think about like what we want to actually like change about it. But yeah, I just wanted to like see the results. So then, yeah, back to what we're doing here. So this is where we want to do that lookup, right? So array item schema is get reference schema value dot items. Yep. And then array item schema. But yeah, no matter what, this is going to be an issue because it would be of undefined still. Yep. So I think I like double checking that part. So then here, let's see what we're getting out of this. And then real quick, 3 hours of hair pulling later, you're writing C inside of an emulated Next Station Turbo Color running Next Step 3.3. It sounded like a way cooler idea 3 hours ago. Yeah, and Next Step, that was the thing that was like the basis for Mac OS, right? Or, yeah, I think, right? Or Objective-C or something like that. It was the basis for Objective-C. That's right. Or something. I know they're related in some way. And 646, Battle Bench. Who's better at Pokemon Showdown? I mean, again, we should all be thinking about benchmarks that we want to build. The more benchmarks we have, the better. Yep. It's why a bunch of the stuff inside of like the Mac OS frameworks start with like NS whatever, right? Like NS dictionary is next step dictionary, right? I think it is. I could be wrong. And I guess NS dictionary is deprecated. Now it's UI dictionary, right? I haven't done iOS stuff for a long time. All right. So what we want to do is let me try this. Oh, and that's why it has to be async. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that's a little annoying. All right, let's do this. All right, so we'll bring in PMAP, and then any place we're doing promise at all. Oh, wrong thing. Wait, what? We might not even need PMAP if we're going to do this. That's a much simpler way. So yeah, we might be able to just ditch PMAP. Oh, and yeah. Okay, so it's definitely at keyword stats response. Why are we not getting this logged properly? Okay. Yeah, we were just missing it. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. All right. So, yeah, the issue is that it's looking for ref when it's not there, right? Hmm. So then all the places that we're calling this, and yeah, hold on. Before I forget, we should probably remove that package we just installed that we're not needing. Okay, so we go and we get this error back. We shouldn't be getting that many of these to error, though, because we're awaiting it. It's because the promises are getting instantiated or like triggered or kicked off like immediately. Yeah, so a thunk is probably the fix, but I don't know if it matters that much. So then, yeah, let's look for every use of referenced schema. Yeah, no, can't type narrow those. So we'll just cast that. Um, right? Basically, we're assuming that there's going to be a ref in there no matter what anyway. So we've got some issues with those types, but I think that was the place that we were running into that. Looks like there's at least. Damn, it's still all the same erroring schemas. So that wasn't the main spot. So now we just go look for more of these. I don't think that would be it. Let's do it clean. Yep, that looks like all of them too. Right, so the arrays items value does not have a ref. And then real quick, let me go use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Oh, this is the last song on the album, though, and it's just about to end. So let me get another album going. And then, yeah, let me go pee. Think I got enough water. And I'm going to rinse this out, and we can do a whiskey. Okay, so I forgot my whiskey glass. Shit. Well, shit. All right. So we're not going to overdo it, which we didn't do yesterday, and we haven't done. I mean, I overdid it on Wednesday, but we didn't do that on stream at least. I feel like we haven't overdone it on stream since last Friday. Okay, so it's only been a week. Yeah, let's do some of this Redbreast. All right, let's do a good whiskey. It's a Saturday, you know. Celebrating a week of not overdoing it on stream. By overdoing it on stream. No, 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 no. And yeah, this Redbreast is an Irish whiskey. I remember it being fairly smooth, but I usually water it down. Yeah, that is a much nicer whiskey than the one we were sipping on yesterday. I think technically, though, part of that can be attributed to the fact that I believe this is just an 80 proof. Yeah. Yeah, so I definitely prefer 80 proofs for sipping on. All right, so yeah, back to this error. Okay, hold on. Yeah, so this is just an issue with how I'm doing the recursion of it. So basically, we don't error out. Well, hold on. So this is actually a lot easier. Yeah, we do this, and then key is just format response schema value dot items. So then that error is a separate thing, right? But we're going to get undefines out of that, right? Oh, right. And that's where we need to handle nested stuff. All right, so number one, I feel like we can get rid of this. Because we solved the ref issue there, right? hold on. Let me get rid of that value log that we're doing. Yeah, okay. So we solved that issue, which means some of our other stuff can be safer now too, and we don't need the undefined. So the array stuff, I think we still mess up. Pretty sure object we're set on. Like object is good to go. But I just want to confirm, yes. All right, so it's only when we're dealing with the arrays, and the way that I'm dealing with the arrays is off. And that value as any is gross. All right, so we get back to here. Oh, yeah. Okay, okay. So item without ref in array. Oh, okay, hold on. If that, aha. Okay. And this is actually wrong. Yep. Okay, so this would be else if, and I think this is actually wrong. Right? We were forgetting like the last case where it's at key. Wait, shit. No. Shit. No, 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 no. This would be that. Okay. Um, yeah, 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 yeah. So we're going too recursive. let's look at what is actually popping out as an undefined. Oh, we don't see one? Oh, we want. Yeah. We want properties. Oh, no. Okay, what if. We're getting close, right? We've got notifications now as a prop on there. Yeah, and now we're getting just like empty object in there. I mean, that's terrible. This might be something that we could start prompting for. Though I would kind of like to figure it out properly, you know? And honestly, yeah, we're checking for object there. We could just be checking for properties. Oh, I mean, feels like it's getting close. This one's off still, but this one looks right ish. I mean, this part's no good. I kind of want to see what an LLM would try and create here. So there's just something I'm missing about how we do this. But what we should actually do we should create some tests. So I want to ignore the mdoc file. And then what is in source mark doc tags? Oh, the mark doc. Yeah. Okay. Let me get more music going. Right, and I do think this is something that has clear inputs and outputs, right? So I think this is a good use case for what we're trying to do. Handle nested schemas. Yeah, so let's see what the clanker actually tries to do for this. And again, like I said, I am terrible at recursion. Technically, I don't know if we actually needed to make it fully recursive because I don't think we're going to be going like that deep in the nesting. So maybe it's a problem I created myself. What? Oh, yeah, we don't do the slash. Yeah. Okay, explore. And honestly, hold on. I think I want to get rid of all of our open spec stuff here. Wait, there isn't an open spec folder. Oh. Do I use Vim? No, I don't. I have made a plugin for Vim. So here is the project we're working on. It's more than just Blue Sky. It now does Hacker News and Lobsters. And the thing that we're doing today is this stuff. All right, and then what's in that agents directory? Okay, we can leave the agents directory for now. Anti-gravity we should definitely delete. And then we'll leave the top level agents, I think. Let me double check that again. Yeah, that's where we put like the web illustrate thing. But honestly, we can just drag those because they're just for this. Yeah, we drag those into marketing. We don't need that directory anymore. Perfect. All right, so that's been kind of annoying me for a while, just all the extra junk that we had there. So yeah, a little cleaner now. All right, so then let's do some codex stuff. And yeah, I don't know if we're going to get to the DocDuck thing today. And actually, hold on. You know what I'm going to do? Yeah, we have this script here. We're going to move this to, and actually we want to RM web slash, and it's not packages, it'll be in apps slash marketing slash open. Oh, and you know, we should do that. And we'll copy it instead of move it, because I think we will end up wanting some stuff there. So yeah, all right. So yeah, do you have any other questions, Yujiro? All right, we can dig more into it. I just, I don't want to repeat the same thing over and over and over again every day. That's why we have those commands. All right, so we rebuild that. Um, oh, and how do we? I guess what we can do real quick is just comment out that line in here. Which means I probably want to do the YAML as well. All right, so we'll copy those over. Cool. So we get the YAML, we get the JSON. And then from here, all right, they get removed, they get re-added. Perfect. All right, so then this is a fix. This is, oh, and we're not able to commit this to main. Nope. Actually, we'll just add all of it. All right, any fixes we need to make is separate. And yeah, we can leave those. Okay, cool. So now that we've done that, we can head back to marketing here. All right, so then codecs. Oh, and actually, hold on. So we got Get Kraken and then Codex apps. Oh, okay. Okay, so now let's think about this. We're gonna do an open spec thing. Oop. And I'm guessing, Yajiro, you didn't have any questions? Oh, account created 29 minutes ago, huh? Interesting. Questionable, to say the least. Okay, we have a script. We currently fail on arrays, but other um, right. Look at the OpenAPI JSON file. And we did just call it just openapi.json, right? Yes. And actually, I would think maybe the YAML file is less tokens. I don't know if that's actually the case, but maybe. So yeah, like most of our discovery was, or most of like why we were hand coding this was because we didn't know exactly what we wanted and we didn't know what the boundaries of what we're going for are. In this case, we actually do know that we just want this function to work and then we're good to go. Right? There's going to be other stuff we want to do, but I would say for now it's okay. Hmm. Yeah, exactly. Design patterns. I think that's a good pattern. No pun intended. But yeah, like it's more like I don't even know what I wanted to prompt it for until I did some discovery myself, right? And I still feel like I have more of this in my head than it would understand of my intent. So yeah, I just think yeah, sometimes you need to like figure out what you even want, and just prompting the LLM to help you figure that out isn't always the best like thing. Oh, you know what? We should just render our examples. We have the examples there for a reason. Yeah, like Why didn't I think of that? Dude, okay, so we were getting too fancy with it because that's what we did previously. How is 5.6 Soul? I haven't actually used it yet. This is going to be my first time. But I don't think any of it's AGI. Dude, it's a non-deterministic fucking random number generator. You know? If you want to see how I feel about it, you can check DeepSui. It's not perfect, right? But also, we've got this thing, Gitbench, where we actually measure these things on how well they do Git things. And from what we can see, GPT-5.5 actually gets a higher median score. Well, let's look at them separately. Let's look at text first. So for text, 5.6 Soul gets a better result than 5.5, right? Interestingly enough, when 5.4 Mini gets about the same result, but the thing about Soul is that its values are much more like tight. If you don't do a none reasoning on 5.4 Mini, yeah, 5.4 Mini actually gets a better score and is a lot tighter. So for what we're talking about here, right, for just Git things, which is not anything to say that they aren't good at other stuff, right? Like Soul and like a lot of the newer models and Fable even are aimed at like orchestration and some of that other BS, right? Like long-term, long horizon stuff. They're not optimized for this. So yeah, that's fine. But that's actually more than fine because we can determine that, yeah, when you're using a larger model like Fable or Soul, farming out to a simpler model for some of this Git stuff is actually a good idea, right? Not just because it'll save on tokens, but because it's actually more correct as well. But yeah, as far as we're looking at it, yeah, Soul does a good job with text. With JSON, it does way worse, actually. Right? It's way down here at like rank number 12 or something like that. Now, is this the most scientific set of tests? No, but based upon how we see some other models perform, it at least gives us some kind of heuristic on, what models are good at what. Like for Git specifically. What you can see basically is that we kind of converge on a pretty decent like 95% in the upper, like in the tip top, like somewhere around like low 90s for a bunch of other stuff, at least on average. Some of the things that are crazy is like, well, yeah, if we look at, let's see, where's Fable in here? Because Fable is actually really interesting. Dude, and yeah, right? Fable gets an average of a 90%. And it actually gets worse as you add more reasoning, which is kind of crazy. Luna gets a higher average score than Soul when doing JSON output. Now, it does have higher variance. Still something to think about. So I don't know. I welcome you to go and check out the data. We will eventually have like a form where you can go sign up for like an analysis of some of these things. Craggle, what effort level were you using? Because you should really be considering DeepSui. Medium? Really? Well, I mean, looking at what we got, we only used 3% in our discovery so far. So what was your prompt? What are you having it do? Well, yeah, that sounds like a shitload of tokens. Duh. What were you expecting? Like, what the fuck? How many pages? Like, Craggle. That's funny, right? Yeah, see, I don't wear flip-flops because when I intentionally jam my foot into the wall, it hurts. You're saying 5'5"? Yeah, I don't know if that's accurate. To me, it seems like 5'5" on medium should theoretically be using more tokens. According to this. That could be it. I wonder if DeepSuite is paying for API usage or subscription usage. Yeah. I'd love to see someone measuring this stuff on API versus subscription. Yeah, that's an interesting take. I'm curious about that. Okay. Yeah, I like this. This is actually pretty solid. Oh, and hold on. So you're probably a little behind the times, a little, probably behind the times a little, since you're too lazy to change from Claude Opus 4.5, maybe Fable 5 in a few days when you get time. You just use a boatload of tokens and always max context and effort. You hate mistakes and serious errors. Uh, yeah. And I don't know if Fable is still doing the. Oh, you had it set to fast. Yeah, Craggle, so that makes sense. Did you have 5.5 set to fast as well, though? Um, but yeah, design patterns. I don't know. That might actually be the smarter move just because. Oh, okay. So there you go, Craggle. Yep. That would probably explain it. Okay. Well, hey, it just talking about it, if that helps you remember that, well, hey, that's a bonus. But yeah, I would say like I don't remember if they're still doing it, but Fable 5 even had the stipulation that if they feel like you're trying to like game the system or do something that they don't like, they're going to give you intentionally bad results. That's fucked. That is so fucked. Like I would definitely not be using Fable 5 for anything serious at that point. Yeah. Hold on. Let's find the article. It's from like 3 weeks ago now. But Fable, if it stops helping you, you'll never know. There was one about like cybersecurity researchers aren't happy. Yep. There was one about people talking about how like science and stuff was going wrong too. But yeah, basically just the article is linked here. If you're curious, this was a big thing a few weeks back. Oh, okay, hold on. Looks like they walked it back. Never mind. So there's an update at the top I haven't read yet. Yeah, so instead of silently degrading the model, they'll show it off. Sure. Right? So, unlike our interventions for cybersecurity, biology, chemistry, distillation attempts, these safeguards will not be visible to the user. And it will not fall back to a different model. Instead, it will limit the effectiveness. So, yeah, just super gross. They said they walked it back, but I don't know if I actually believe them. Yeah, it seems super shady. Right? Like, how much do you believe them? I only believe them as far as I can throw them, and with my bad shoulder, I shouldn't be throwing anyone. Pandora's already out of the box. You can't put her back in. And yes, I know that's not how that works. I'm referencing Pineapple Express. All right, so yeah, this is our first time using Soul. We'll see how it cooks. I'm a little curious. Technically, we're just generating the spec right now. But yeah, I can't believe I didn't think of that. Like, honestly, we could start doing that ourselves. But it seems like a simple enough change now that I wouldn't mind seeing what it does with it. Which means all that work we did yesterday on making the polymorphic thing is actually unnecessary. So I want to see if it's gonna undo all that too. And honestly, like, yeah, just testing this stuff out is important. Looks like we're in an ad break, though, so we'll give it some time. In fact, while the ad's going, maybe we get up and stretch a little bit. Y'all don't have to do anything, but I need to. This is the last song on the album, though. And I forget. I need to clean off the fucking... I need to clean off the teleprompter. That's annoying. Let's just switch. Well, it's going to keep doing it no matter what I do. All right. So we'll just keep moving. It might go blurry. That's not your vision. Right? I do want to get up and stretch more often these days anyway. That is super annoying, though, isn't it? Need to get some glass cleaner or something. Let's do some, maybe not full squats, but at least bending, getting our legs going. Ooh, the knee pops. And yeah, I need to lose some weight, so we're gonna get up and do these stretching sessions more. Hopefully, in the future, I have the camera's thing better. I wonder if there's a better focus we could give it. Honestly, if I just do this, I bet it works. Right? Nope. Nope. Did not help. Woo. Okay. Stand on one foot real quick. Boy. All right, let's stand on the other foot real quick. This one's way worse. All right. Whew. Okay. Oh. Ooh, I didn't realize that the album ended. Sorry, my bad. Trying to figure out what album to play now. Oh, we haven't listened to this one in a while. I think it's pretty crunchy. And yeah, so we did a little bit of stretching. I need to do that more and more. Wow, only 500 viewers in the category right now? Holy shit, dude. Software and game dev, man, it is just shrinking. All right, so we're going to start with fresh context. What are we doing? Well, this is our plan for today. And I liked a little bit of what we did. I can't believe I didn't realize that we were missing, like, that we already had examples in our Open API specification. So we could have just been using those the whole time for our responses. And I think the reason I didn't think that is that our older project, Walter, did not have examples directly embedded in the metadata of like how we were generating our Open API spec there. So that was a me problem. So yeah, now we're just going to have the clanker kick it off. Yeah, so if you go click into the category here on Twitch, it shows you the viewer count of like the whole category, right? So it's 496 right now. I knew what you meant. So yeah, sometimes when I'm getting a little bummed, like, oh man, why is viewership so low? I mean, looking at the percentage of the category would at least help me recognize, okay, it's not so bad. I mean, it was at like 1,000 a few hours ago, you know? But technically, at its peak, I don't think it ever got above like 2,000 unless someone like the Primogen streaming or Theo or Leon Noel or a bunch of that. So like 1,000 is about like the average that I would say. Like, I mean, it makes sense. Like a Saturday night, people got stuff to do here in, in the US at least. And I think a lot of like Europeans You know, it's like it's like 2 a.m. in the UK right now, right? Or almost 3 a.m. So those people are getting some sleep and stuff too. Australia's still waking up. That's a good point too. Yeah, for sure, Dean. Like Robotic Head. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you hanging. How you doing, Robotic Head? I would say though that Australians don't seem like the biggest cohort. Like as far as like viewership goes, Australians are a very low percentage of like the watch numbers. Which means I got like dude, I got at least two of you right here in chat right now. That's a pretty good percentage of the Australian audience. Yeah, you've got like what, three big cities? Something like that? I'm sure there's more than that. Depends on like what the cutoff of like big city is versus just a city, right? We get a few Kiwis here in chat too. All right, so feel free to keep running TSX. It's fine. Feel free to keep running Docs API. Yeah. Prime's a good dev. I wouldn't say everything he says is worth worth putting a lot of stock into. Like his hate for JavaScript is a little meh, but you got to remember that's him playing the character, right? Like the character he plays versus like the dude behind it. The dude behind it is really like pragmatic. Like he's just a get shit done kind of dude. He will write JavaScript on the job if he has to. Now, because he's like full-time content creator, he doesn't have to make those decisions anymore, but he'll happily do it. Or not, maybe not happily, but he'll do it. I remember back when he was a much smaller streamer and he was still at Netflix, there was a point at which he's like, yeah, for the next few months, I'm going to be writing Java code for Android. So I'm going to be installing Android Studio because it's just a better experience than NeoVim when doing Android stuff. And it makes sense. For everyone unaware, and I like to brag about this all the time, I made that emote. I did that. Everyone on media is different on screen versus IRL, persona versus real world. I'm pretty close. I'm a little harsher here on stream, actually, where like if we're out and about and people start chatting about language versus language or like, them versus whatever, I'll just let them talk because I don't care. But here in my chat, I'm a little more strict about it. That's about the only difference, I think. I don't know, people who have met me in person. What do you think? I wonder if there's any of them out there right now. I gave an example of him using Java because he hates Java even more than JavaScript. But my point was mainly that he will use whatever language he has to. That was the point. It wasn't just about JavaScript. It was he will use any language regardless of his hate for it. or regardless of like the hate that he shows for it. Because he talks shit about Java on stream too, right? Right? He's a big NeoVim person, but he'll use Android Studio if he has to. Just because he's a get shit done kind of dude off stream. Exactly, design patterns. But it's also a thing that we don't really harp on here. Like, just get shit done. I just think I dislike when people do harp on it for content because there are impressionable people out there that take it as absolute truth. And they just perpetuate that shit in real life instead, you know? So it just becomes really gross and it's like a bad influence at that point. Yeah, be a get shit done kind of dev. It doesn't matter. But also, you know, it was in the news recently. There's that Andrew Kelly, like, I am not a JavaScript developer. Like, I don't know. Right? I like the idea of, yes, be a pragmatist, be a generalist, but you know this was written because he actually actively dislikes JavaScript. And he actually actively looks down on web developers. That's why he got so offended being called a JavaScript developer. So, yeah, like, I don't know. This dude still seems kind of like a dickhead. Even though I agree with, yes, be a generalist, the reason he even wrote this article is because he looks down on web devs. Yeah, I don't think he's being that sarcastic. I just think that's the sound of his voice. If I'm being honest. If I'm being honest, I just think that's the way he sounds. I don't even think he's being sarcastic. I just think he's a dick. Just saying. Yeah, I used to enjoy it a bit. I don't know. There's definitely some moments that turned me off of watching his stream at all. Yeah, I don't know. But again, like, I've probably had way worse moments, so whatever. You know, I've definitely had way worse moments than J Blow. I think the bigger thing is I regret them, and I don't think he regrets his bad moments. But I don't know. I'm not in his head. I have no idea. Yeah, I'm a growing boy. Yeah, exactly. All right. So if we look at the changes it made, it did a really nice job actually. No, and I get it. I get it. Design patterns. And I forget if I said thank you for the follow, but appreciate you. And then, yeah, George, it's definitely a rule, right? George, we typically tend to make like rules about things that are like low effort questions, things that we get too often that I'm just sick of responding to. And that is like, what's your favorite programming language kind of stuff? X versus Y BS, like languages or tooling or frameworks or blah, blah, blah. It's just like we get too many drive-bys. and I add that as a rule so I can dismiss it early rather than being the jerk that I've been in the past about it. It really is a concern nowadays? I don't think it is. I completely disagree. And you're on the edge of kind of messing up. But yeah, what's up, Sanguine? How you doing? All right, so let's look at how this went. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, so George, I actually don't think it's a concern, personally. People who are that concerned about it, I don't know, man. Eh, I don't know, man. The doom and gloom crowd or the entrepreneurial. Yeah, 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 yeah. And honestly, it's I'm breaking the rule now by trying to wrap it up. But just in general, I've seen too much of this shit. First, it was low code tools, right? WYSIWYG editors, no code tools. Now it's AI. At the end of the day, a tool wielded by an idiot can do a lot of harm. An idiot is maybe harsher, but a tool wielded by someone who doesn't know any better can do a lot of harm. And that's the way it's always been. Eventually, you need an expert to solve the problem the right way. And even if that expert is using AI, there's a reason experts get better results from AI on a regular basis. Now, I get it. Yeah, yeah. Phrasing. Is phrasing still a thing? Yeah, if you wield your tool in too many public places, you're going to go to jail. Right? Nah, it's fine, George. You've been here before. It's especially when people come in here and it's the first message. We will sometimes judge them for not following. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But it's fine. The way you approached it was actually way better. And let me put it this way: like, I will entertain this, like, these kind of comments and things from people who've been here before, at least. Way more than I'll accept it from like a first time chatter with a brand new account. All right, so let me check one thing here. Thank you. Yeah, exactly, Crackle. Right. And I think Again, we're perpetuating it. Whatever, it's my fault. I'm the one taking the bait. But look at it like furniture. Yeah, sure. You can go to IKEA and get some piece of shit furniture that's mass produced and garbage. Or you can buy a couch that's going to last you 30 years. You're going to invest into the thing that you want to last. If you're not building something that you want to last, well, then yeah, fuck it. Go the easy route. But the moment you need something that you care about, that you want to keep around for a while, at that point, consult an expert. Spend what it's worth. Oh, in iTerm 2. So this is Ghosty, if you were not aware of that design patterns. And Ghosty totally allows just like arbitrary OpenGL or WebGL shaders. I can't remember if it's WebGL or OpenGL. Ghosty's nice, but I feel like I still run into issues with Ghosty and commit signing. So if you're doing commit signing, I think Ghosty still breaks that. I know some people have said that it works fine for them, but when I do Ghosty and it does like the like the CLI window thing and asks you for like the prompt, that breaks for me. So maybe I just need to change the way it prompts me for my password. But at least the way that it's currently doing it on my work machine, it totally fucking breaks, and I can't use Ghosty on my work machine, which kind of bums me out because there's some features I really like about Ghosty. Like when you hit Apple T, right, you get a terminal right there in the same exact folder. I actually really like that. And if you want to change that, well, that's easy. Like you can, CD it somewhere, and I think there's even a setting. You do your commits from VS Code, sure. Yeah, even though I work at GitKraken, there's still a lot of stuff I just use the CLI for. If I have to do anything more complicated than a commit, a push, a pull, a status, then yeah, I'm gonna probably use like a better tool. Lazy Git is something you use every now and then. Makes CLI ops easier for you because you don't remember them. Yeah. I mean, it just really depends. Like commit, easy. Status, easy. Pull, push, easy. Even a merge, easy. Messing with remotes, easy. Anything beyond that, like a fucking rebase or something, oh god, fuck that. I'm using GitKraken. It's that easy. I'm fucking using GitKraken for that. No, and that makes sense, design patterns. I guess here's the thing, right? If you don't want to mess up iTerm 2, right, and you want to like fiddle with some kind of CLI setting stuff, Ghosty might be a good sandbox for that, right? Like, oh, you want to try out, a new theme in Oh My Zish or something, or you want to try out fiddling with your Zish RC? You could probably make Ghosty load a separate Zish RC or something as an example, right? So then you're not messing up your main thing. I don't know, something to try. Like, I don't care if you do or don't. Does not matter. Sure, yeah, exactly. Here's the thing. I bet Linus does have that shit memorized because he's been doing it so long. Oh, so here's something fun. I've written a NeoVim extension. I wrote the majority of the code in VS Code, and I edited my NeoVim config with Nano. When did 5.6 come out? I believe Wednesday. Could have been Thursday. Actually, I think it was Thursday. All right, so let's double check this. Yes, there's a lot of stuff we removed there. Cool. Oh, wrong one. Which pet am I using from Codex? Oh, I don't have one going. I think I forgot all about it. I know, I'm just the worst. What a jerk. And then hold on. Yeah, yeah. Why would someone force you? I'm curious about that. Okay, so I will say Soul did a really good job there. It was a very much like minimal amount of BS to fix, which is pretty cool. I think it did a good job. All right, let's do some more whiskey. I actually want to get. I used to have a little mini shot glass that had like measurements and stuff on it. I don't think it's here. I think I might have lost it in the move like years ago. I don't remember what I did with it at least. Okay, so hold on. What's going on here? Oh, that's fun. Pro Panda. Almost read your name as propaganda, right? No, no, it's fine, Pro Panda. Oh, and that's failing for this reason. Monkey type? What is monkey type again? Is it just like a coding typing speed measure thing? Is is it for coding specifically or just like general typing? Oh, okay. Anyone remember Codico? They were working on a programming typing tool. That was like 4 years ago, though. I don't remember at all what they're up to now. I haven't seen them stream in ages, but that's how it works. Okay. So yeah, I'd say that's pretty good. So here's what we'll do eventually, right? We'll have a developers section. And in the developers section, we'll talk about like the SDK, the MCP server, and the API docs, right? Okay. Let's look at DocDuck. And yes, that is an unfortunate naming situation, but it's fine. Do I have Dark Reader on or something? What the fuck? No, I don't. Hold on, I just saw this. Get quacking. uh, 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 he really needs OAuth. But even then, I don't have the right account logged in for the OAuth anyway. So let me do this real quick. Duck, duck, goose. Hell yeah. Nailed it. All right, so we'll load the DocDuck thing. Yeah. All right, so let's see. Okay. All right. So that'll take a second to install. But I mainly wanted to do this, right? Support a friend. I wish we could style this better, though. Let's look at it in prod. Oh, and our docs look terrible here. Eey. Yeah, we got to think about how we want to style the images better. Like, honestly, our docs heavily vibe coded. Marketing site stuff, I'm okay with. Oh, That's right. Yeah, LLM's text.full needs the dev server running. That's super annoying. I always forget about that. All right, there we go. Okay, so the next thing we want to start looking into is schematosis. Schistophysiasis. Uh, didn't we just look this up? Schemathesis, not schematosis. Totally different. A totally different thing. uh, right? Ptosis typically denotes like a disease, right? So yeah. Yeah. Not ideal. And then what is trace code? So how do we get this going? Do I have UV installed yet? We do. So, for everyone who's unaware, schemathesis is a tool to validate your OpenAPI specification against your actual API. In the past, I've used a thing called Dread.js. Yeah, exactly. And I was just considering like forking Dread and updating it, but Dread does require a lot of like kind of manual effort. Okay. So we got a bunch of junk in there. That's fine. Let me go to team settings here, and we will create an API key. And this API key will be, well, it'll have write access, and we'll call it testing. We'll copy that. So we'll create a schema thesis, not schematosis, .toml file in the API. Let me get more music going. Hmm. All right, Wave Shaper. Are these single songs? You son of a bitch. Here we go. Alternate reality. This is now. All right, and then just auth open API, API key auth. They capitalize it? I think they do, right? Yeah. It's kind of nice so far. Yeah. Okay, so we've got that in there. From the API side of things, let's create a new one of these. Ooh. I like the way this song changed it up. Oh, that's interesting. And then hold on. So yeah, installing this. Shit. Hold on. We need to look at our Open API spec. I think I'm messing something up there. Yep. It is not HTTPS. Oh, Stoner. It's like he smokes weed or something. How could I forget the port number I came up with? Yeah, this album's not bad. 898 test cases. 79 of those test cases found 108 unique failures. 2 of them were skipped. A 120 proof? Like down the wrong pipe? Like you went to sniff it and like snorted it up your nose? Or you were like breathing in while you were sipping? I mean, aspirating whiskey is probably better than aspirating vomit or stomach acid. Breathing in while sipping. Yeah, I feel like there were definitely times where I aspirated vomit when I was like younger and still figuring out how to drink. It is no good. Unsupported method trace returned 500, expected 405, method not allowed. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Oh, yeah, okay. Ooh, brainless. Are you still out there? Do you remember how we define like unsupported methods? I could look it up too. I was just curious if you knew immediately. Well, this song's good. I mean, Dean, you can always just visit countries that have it, like here in the US, in various states. I would recommend starting with mellower weed. Like, let them know you're a lightweight. I need the weakest weed you got. Right? Honestly, I need to start asking for that sometimes too. And seriously, they don't have medical in Australia? They do? And what do you need for it, right? Glaucoma, arthritis, anxiety? All three of those work here in the US. Back pain. There you go. Sounds like you're a shoe-in, right? Damn right. All right, what are we going to name this thing? Unsupported method controller. Well, I don't know about this song. This is kind of nice. Man, schema thesis. Oh, so it's not using Sound Blaster vibes? Oh, there you go. That is classic. So I think we want to copy this to static as well. Yeah. All right, so that goes into our script here. Okay, so I find that a little annoying by schema thesis. Okay, so yeah, let me look at our endpoint. Hey, all right, cool. What the hell is the trace method supposed to do? Yeah, I think that's a better idea anyway. So let's undo the thing we did with the thing, right? We'll just disable trace entirely. It seems really slow. Like, why is it not updating quick enough? Okay, so that looks better. Oh, and we need to require, or we need to add the allow header. So the last number we saw was 77 failures, 12 errors, 2 warnings. Let's see if that number changes. I think we got more errors that time. All right, so it doesn't use the error we expected. And this is actually what I'd want to do anyway. But then, yeah, we're not passing the auth header. There's something weird going on here. Oh, that's a new error. Yeah, I mean, this is just really like a little too far separated from what I'm used to, so it's really tough. With Dread, we would just make sure that we're like defining the request payloads that we send, the responses we expect back. Configured auth scheme not used in scheme. Yeah, I don't know. This feels like a good point to pick back up, though, right? And, you know, I want to get to some gaming and I want to get some Indian food in my belly. Let me order that Indian food, by the way. One second, let me log in. Butter chicken, butter naan, spice level hot. Yeah, damn right. Then where's my papadums? Yeah, I haven't had the Indian food in a while, like a couple weeks. All right, food is ordered. They're saying it'll be ready by 8:30. I bet I can walk over and get it sooner. No worries there, Brainless. There's always coffee. There's always, you know, just saying espresso. But yeah, no pressure. No pressure, man. But we're about to hop into it right now. But if you're getting tired, yeah, get some sleep. It's fine. Now, who are we going to go raid? Nothing's helping. Jeez. Yeah, no worries, man. Oh, yeah, there's a bunch of Portuguese. We should at least stick with English, I think. Sure. Let's go raid this channel. I haven't seen this one. I feel like we've seen them in stream before, though. Oh, wait, they're offline. Shit. What the hell? Well, now what? Oh, my streaming. Yeah, we go raid my. She's awesome. Yeah. No, we're ending like right now. Yeah. She may have follower only mode on. I think y'all should follow because she's awesome. She's super cool. So yeah, let's go see what Maya's up to. Thank y'all for hanging out here on the Twitter and the YouTube. It looks like she's working on updating her portfolio and doing some like algorithm and code wars stuff. I think she's still trying to get that first job in tech. I think a lot of people can resonate with that. You're already following. Hell yeah. Yeah, she kills it. I think we've rated before. But yeah, so we're going to go right into I'm going to bid farewell to the Twitter and the YouTube. Thank y'all for hanging out. Tomorrow is my day off of streaming. I'll be on the gaming channel. I got a lot of work to do on the gaming channel, though, or the chill channel. And then I'll be back on this channel on Monday. So yeah, should be fun. Let's get some shit done, But yeah, let's go say hi to Mai. So on the YouTube, on the Twitter, maybe head over to Twitch and hang out in the channel we're all rating. If not, no worries. And yeah, it looks like some Code Wars or leak code kind of thing right now anyway. But still kind of fun, Got to practice it. But I'll see y'all soon. See y'all over there. BRB.